Hello and welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is a stream where we write a game automation tool called Automat. This is how Automat looks, and Automat allows you to record macros where you can do something on your computer and then play them back. This is a mouse movement that was recorded here. I don't need this mouse click. I can now play this back many times, and each time I press the play, it's going to move my mouse in exactly the same way. And Automat has much more than that. It has smaller pieces that can be used to control, for example, the timing of things that happen. We can have objects that react to hotkeys. For example, this one will react whenever I press F1. It can start the timer and so on. So we have plenty of objects here. What we are working on right now is that we are trying to make it possible to connect some objects within Automat so that they would synchronize their state. This is a coding stream, and today we are going to expand this ability of Automat, connect stuff. So this object here, this is known as a key presser. You can guess why it's called like that. Within this key presser, there is a property called monitoring. And this property is a boolean. It can be turned on or off. When I start it, it starts monitoring the space button. When I turn it off, I can press space. It's not doing anything. Now, the goal for today is to make it possible to use this option. This is a placeholder right now, sync. When I select sync, I should be able to drag onto this object. This is a switch, boolean switch. Release my mouse, and the space should now be synchronized with this object here. So when I turn it on, it should activate the monitoring. When I switch it off, it should deactivate the monitoring. It may seem weird, but there is actually a very common use case in game automation where this is the case. So when I have a game in external window like this one, in Automat I can capture this window and do stuff here. But most of the time, when I have, for example, custom key bindings, I want those key bindings to be only active when this window is in the foreground. So I don't really want this space to kind of work all the time. I want to connect it to the activation state of this window. So this is how it's going to work. I will right click here, select monitoring, move to sync, and when I do this, we will need another system to do this. The window should show me all of the booleans that it has available. And then I can just, with one smooth kind of motion of the cursor, select sync, move to here and release it. And then space activity is going to be connected to the, space monitoring is going to be connected to the window activation state. Yeah, that's the plan. And we are starting with this simpler example, just to see whether it works. We'll make it look pretty later. There are bugs I need to fix. When I move this object, you can see that the connection is kind of clipped. It shouldn't be clipped. It should be very sticky here. Okay, but this is something I will have to do later. Okay. I was thinking how to do this. And I actually have some notes. I probably should bring them here so that I can consult them. So give me a sec, I will be right back. Okay. So whenever some objects are being connected in this fashion, this synchronization, what really happens under the hood is that there is a new object created. This is called control block. This is this object here. And really this control block is what is holding the pointers. Okay, let me open code editor. I think in code should be a little bit easier to think about. So here's what we have so far. We added those two options to turn the monitoring on and off. And we also have this option to synchronize the state. What should really happen here is first we have this. But this will come later, so I'm just leaving this as a to-do. So in those update thingies, we are just going to update the position of the widget, this widget. And when this action is deleted, instead of fusible interface, let's call this syncing. Let's call this sync block. Apparently, some refactorings don't work with templates. That's fine. Okay, this is actually looking pretty good. So I'm looking at the code I wrote at the end of the last stream. Usually at the end I'm slowly stopping to think, but the reflexes sometimes work correctly, and I kind of like what I did here. Okay, I think we should just do it. So I remember that the problem I had here was that sync action should be transferred. Let's activate. Transfer here. This get owner function. I'm not sure if this operator is correct. Okay, so I'm grabbing this pointer and
From Fergus says,
Have a great work day, mate. Same here, working remotely in Spain. I'm an account manager in a software company.
hey, thanks. Yeah, I was in Spain a couple of years ago. One thing I loved was the time zone. Much more sensible. The time, I mean, the sun rises at a reasonable hour. It's not like here where it's rising at 8 a.m. and at 4 p.m. it's already dark. This is the shortest day of the year, or like today or yesterday, I don't know. I'm particularly sensitive to, I guess, sun.
Where are you based? Sorry, first time I see her live.
This is Poland. I cannot imagine how the people living farther up north endure this, because for me, even here, it's difference in the length of day between summer and winter. That's just too much for me.
Nice. I have friends there. Might pay a visit soon, probably in summer.
Yeah, that's a good time of the year to visit. Since around May, it's actually getting nice. May till September. Those are the months where it's actually decent here.
Same here. I'm in Malaga, south. Super hot in summer. Better visit here in May and October, not in the middle.
I do wonder, how is winter in Spain? I guess fairly...
It depends. The center and north and cold. The cost is milder.
Yeah. It's actually fun. Madrid, Madrid is in the very center, it's far from the sea, I guess. And it has much more extreme, like colder winters, hotter summers. You really want to be near the sea. Huh. Bilbao, where it is?
Yes, exactly. You are exactly right.
Is this northern part of? Yeah, this is northern. This is the perfect climate chart. It cannot get better than that. Maybe summer is slightly too hot. But so let me see for comparison. Let's check Warsaw. I don't live in Warsaw, but Warsaw is much the same. It's about 9 degrees colder in summer. Or not 9 degrees. More like 7.
Say, go to the north in summer and to Canary Islands in winter.
Oh yeah. I'm looking at this and wondering.
Software engineer.
I used to work on cybersecurity. Nowadays, it's mostly a kind of hobby programming. The stuff that we're doing here. This is a small project for a utility for game automation. If you're playing games that have some boring, repetitive elements, it's easy to record macros. You can record a macro that moves the screen in some way, and play this back, and it's going to move the screen. It's even going to move the mouse and click the mouse buttons.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was actually recently playing some games, and I want to do some improvements right now. Like I have, for example, those pieces that can detect when I press space. But it's a bit of a problem because I keep doing Alt-Tab when I'm playing a game. I'm switching between windows. And when I'm in another app, I don't want the space to react to do stuff. So this is the thing now. I need to find a way to connect this space to the window state, so that it only activates when the given window is also active. Small thing, but I think this mechanism of synchronizing state of objects, I think it's will probably be useful for other things as well. have another idea.
Nice! Okay, thanks, mate. Gotta go. Have a lovely Christmas and don't work too much.
Same to you. See you around. Okay. With this find widget. Okay, I can do this. I can do field shape. So I need to kind of draw the connection. I need to figure out where it's like the position where it starts and the position where it ends. And here, this is what I'm pretty much trying to do. field shape. Is it used in a lot of places? Only in timer, understandably. Should I return full shape or escape path? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure one of them is correct. I don't know which one. Let's return escape path. Okay, now the compilation should fail. So I need to update some things. Inside the location, I guess I will just remove this field shape wrapper. This piece of logic is kind of important. Okay. I will move this elsewhere. I don't know where. Definition of field. I removed this. Maybe I didn't. Okay. Oh, I see. We are using fields in timeline, and the fields are the tracks. And tracks are dynamically allocated, so they are not fields within the object, they are just fields. Yeah, I think this to-do is actually very correct. We need to remove this field. It doesn't make sense for argument. Store pointers to fields because they will be different for each object. I mean, this could be a pointer. Okay, let's try to just do this to do. See what happens.
"772 says,
Hello.
Hey,
It was my birthday yesterday.
happy birthday. I guess it's not great having birthday so close to Christmas. Because they tend to be combined then.
I organized a dinner to introduce my friends to one another.
How did it went?
First time I did something like that. It made me a bit nervous, and I'm honestly still recovering low, but it was great practice.
Organizing stuff is cool. Me and my wife, we are inviting people over all the time. But not really kind of... But usually people who know them, who know each other. We usually don't organize like introductions. Anyway.
Before the dinner, I tried to derive from first principles what the point of interacting with people was. I arrived at an interesting conclusion, and it was a good cognitive exercise. Ideally, we'd exchange information using precise text files.
I guess that works. Watching movies together, also a nice goal. Okay, I wanted to completely get rid of this collection, but I'm not sure if it's such a great idea. I also think that arguments and fields is definitely a lot of logic inside this argument. I kind of think about this problem.
I find it a bit disconcerting when people use the facial expression of obliviousness and surprise in reaction to my asking. Do you think it's possible to effectively always be thoughtful, rational, and constructive? Always. On. Except when sleeping, of course. Then why do we need sleep?
The last one is a big mystery of biology. Still. And it's kind of crazy. Sleep is one of those things that if we figure out how it precisely how it affects learning and memory formation, that could be like the key to proper AI, actually. The type of learning that we have in our brains, it works slightly differently to back propagation. And sleep seems to be an essential component. There is a metabolic function of sleep.
That's a good point. I'm being unreasonable by expecting myself to know the answer myself.
Do you know anybody who would satisfy this idea of constantly rational person? Okay, I wanted to completely get rid of this connection class, but maybe there is a reason. Maybe it's justified. In this pointer behavior could be removed here. in terms of from.
Yes, I wonder if there are permanently rational people. That would be nice.
In movies, there are definitely characters like that. In Star Trek, there is a long archetype that's happening in each Star Trek season of a highly logical person. Usually, the science officer on the ship is the rational one. In the original series, that was Spock. Then it was Data, and then I think there was the Doctor. There was this hologram Doctor, was another character like that.
I have this intuition that people associate rationality with lack of empathy, which is actually not true. Rationality is underpinned by values, one of which can be empathy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think I know what I want. So to figure out what is the shape of this thing, I need to kind of ask the object.
And it turns out that empathy is actually a value that maximizes one's chances of survival. Because if everyone were reasonably empathetic, we'd live in a quasi-utopia, and that would be selfishly beneficial.
This is a nice thought. Yeah. So there is actually a balance between being empathetic and being cooperative. Yeah, this is a very interesting thought.
I think cooperate is a much better term. Nice. I'm going to incorporate that.
Diodev says,
What are ye building, mate?
Hey. Do you know AutoHotkey? This is something like AutoHotkey. It's a tool that can send key presses and mouse movement and this kind of stuff to games. It doesn't have a programming language. It's based on those parts, like a library of parts. Not very large. It's actually larger than it looks. There is this library with a lot of different instructions. You have plenty of objects here to do different things with mouse, scroll wheel. React to hotkeys. There are like at least 2 different ways to react to space within this system. So this is a hotkey that reacts to space. And this is the coolest one. This is the macro recorder. This one can basically record a sequence of things on screen and replay them perfectly. And I can connect to, for example, space. So when I press space, it's going to do the fancy mouse movement. So it's it's like visual AutoHotkey. Still very much in development, but you can play with this. It's on GitHub. So it's meant to automate repetitive components of games. If you have, especially in JRPGs, if you have a JRPG where you have to constantly grind monsters or reroll gachas, you can typically record a macro and you can, or macro, or create some kind of bot that will automatically do something.
772 says,
Automat, in my understanding, a graphical tool to automate sending of external inputs from a keyboard or mouse.
Yeah.
For example, to, among other things, automate playing games and potentially make actions more efficient.
Yeah. We have some cooler utilities. We have the ability to process other windows. So I can capture my web browser. Right? And when I do stuff in the web browser, Automat kind of reflects this. And I can connect different things here, like OCR. And try to do some OCR here on this window. I'm not sure if it's working. It's probably...
Well,
it's not great. It's not great, but it is doing some text recognition here. And if you connect it to a game, you can set it to, for example, read your life level. And this is where the life is going to be written. And then based on the life level, you can, I don't know, drink a potion or stuff like that. This is very early. And Kravchorek, one of the people from chat, he mentioned he was writing bots for Tibia, so he wants to bring some of the Tibia botting. Or Tibia or RuneScape, I don't remember. Anyway, he wants to bring some of the botting techniques that he used there to Automat. Because maybe that was RuneScape. Anyway, he was doing a lot of vision. He was doing a lot of image processing to automate that.
Is it? Do you know AutoHotkey? Do you know of AutoHotkey?
In different languages, this is done with inflection. apparently there is a subtle overlap. There is a subtle difference between those two ways of phrase this. So do you know of... Yeah, do you know of is probably the more appropriate here. Yeah, I have some unfinished changes here.
Unless Autohotkey is a person that you expected Diadev you personally know. Haha. I'm going to name my kid Autohotkey.
I guess it's totally feasible to do. Be like Autohotkey. I guess that's the name closest to key.
Well, if Elon can name his kids strange names, so can I.
It was so weird. From is a location, we need from widget.
Says, hello Diadev. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English.
Sorry for that. There's a piece of code in the TTS that tries to distinguish Polish, and apparently if you start with... I don't know, for some reason it thought this is Polish. And not English.
Diadev says,
Yeah. This is just 8 bytes. If I make this virtual, still 8 bytes.
772 says,
Have you watched Veritasium's latest video on Einstein's last 2 decades of work on discovering a hidden local variable theory?
It sounds interesting. Personally, I am in the hidden variable camp. I know it's losing, but there is something that I think is more... something is broken, like something is broken somewhere. And my intuition tells me that probably hidden variable is the right way to go. The hidden variables really, the one problematic thing they have about them is that hidden variables would kind of require some kind of time travel to make sense. And the thing is that time travel, for at least for information, is something that would actually, with the number of symmetries that we see in the universe, it wouldn't be that crazy if time travel for the information was possible and it was working at the fundamental level. I will watch this. The problem is that recently YouTube kind of blocked me because I'm using adblock. They are slowly rolling out the limits.
Diodev says,
What was your first algorithm that I remember?
First algorithm? You mean the first thing I coded on a computer?
Yes.
So there was a thing like that. So online games, like recently there were like RuneScape, Stygia, there is Dark Age of Camelot. I didn't play this one. Early 2000s, that was a period when many of those games were competing. I was in the camp of Ultima Online, so I was actually scripting a server. It wasn't mine server, I was just a scripter for a much, much bigger server. It had like hundreds of players. And I was writing some scripts for managing alchemy. And one of the problems is that in Ultima you have those backpacks, and on the server I could list the contents of a backpack, and my goal was to count how many of different ingredients you had in the backpack. And I had no idea about hash tables at that time. I had no idea that hash tables existed. So I spent many days trying to figure out an algorithm that would allow me to count how many, for example, I don't know, nightshade or how much ginseng you have in your backpack. And after much pain, I managed to have a list of ingredients, and I was just swapping the ingredients on this list based on their type to sort them. So that was the bubble sort. This is the algorithm that kind of brought me to this kind of field of algorithms. This is what I used to actually count the number of different ingredients in your backpack in Ultima Online. Yeah. I was very small back then. I didn't know how to program. There were really no books about... I mean, there were books about programming. I just didn't know about them. Yeah, and today I would do this probably totally different. No, there are probably some... There's probably a narrow range of parameters where bubble sort is the optimal solution still. It's kind of crazy. Okay, I want to see how virtual inheritance works under the hood. It seems like it could solve some problems. Okay, this virtual inheritance. Not actually looking that bad. I could even move the name out. interface provider. It's still just 24 bytes. It's 24 bytes because it contains reference counted at 16 bytes. And it's the table plus 2 counters. Why does it grow the object? Yeah, I guess. It doesn't really have to be virtual.
772 says,
Blue light blocking glasses are scared of your editor.
Actually, that should... How would it look? Oh, it would look perfectly. Because the background would then be kind of completely black, and all of the letters would be completely red. Yeah, check this. So this is the editor. Let's get rid of the red channel. No, blue channel. So this is how it would look.
Well, no. Cool, Darty.
If we look at the interface provider, it isn't really adding much.
My brother gifted me a 1-year Coda Crafter subscription for my birthday.
Nice. I heard this name before.
Click on Log In. Try challenge.
At uni, we literally had... this was one of the tasks in the programming, in the operating system course. On laboratories, you had to implement your shell. And SQL engine, just engine.
It has many stages with automated tests that run on each Git push. Very structured and nice.
Meister Chica says,
Easy.
The fun thing was that they did not tell us anything about how to parse stuff. It was more like, it's a challenge. Write SQL of parser. SQL was like much harder than shell. And you kind of have to figure out how to build parsers yourself. There are many ways to do this. There are parser generators. There are different kind of coding styles that would allow you to write a parser even directly in a language without any parser generator. Even parsing libraries, but none of this. They told us to do this just using pure language. I don't remember what we were using. It was something crazy, something like Ada or Java, I don't remember.
772 says,
True parsing is string manipulation, though.
Yeah. Okay, I think that this argument thingy, looking at this, so arguments can be related to some fields. Struct argument is not going to be just an argument, it's also going to be a field. Don't need to initialize this. Should just assign it. Yeah. Why is this here? Okay, I have a problem. The problem is that I assumed fields equals objects. Fields are not really objects, but maybe
Why did I hear a Windows sound?
streaming from Windows. This is all running on Windows. This is the actual streaming PC. It's unfortunate. It is unfortunate, but some of the drivers, they just don't work on Linux. But
I think Windows is a good OS too. I just don't like the detour. But I was able to customize it and removed ads from different places.
Yeah. The only problematic part of Windows is that it tries to do stuff behind your back constantly. It's like it has its own agenda. You leave auto update, it's going to reset the default browser, it's going to re-enable all the features that you disabled, it's going to install a bunch of additional crap. Yeah, that is the only problem. So Windows is fine as you disconnect the internet. Because somebody's remotely installing stuff on your PC.
It's interesting that there's a different system design paradigm than Unix. I think we need more.
There is a slightly different, how to say, so there is no good name for this, but computers, when they are used, they tend to decay because people just install stuff there. The disk kills, there is lots of garbage utilities which are running in the background, they start taking resources, and it was very evident on Windows for many years. And I think there is a change in philosophy between older operating systems and the new ones, like Android and iOS, where the operating system tries to be more of do a little bit more of policing of the device so that it keeps running. So you don't have to reinstall the system periodically every, I don't know, couple of years. So some of the administrative work is being done kind of by Microsoft, or at least that's my generous interpretation of the current state of things. Or Android is being kind of remotely managed by Google. Google kind of sets the rules for how the apps can run in background and so on. Same for Apple. Apple is very restrictive in terms of APIs that the apps can use.
I didn't consider that Android and iOS are in effect different uses. Nice paradigm.
So I think Microsoft also is adopting this philosophy of trying to remotely manage the computers. But I think they are doing this, they're maybe abusing this capability to push the software that nobody asked for. In principle, there is nothing wrong with it. It's just the way they do it. It's slightly abusive. the resetting of default browser is probably the biggest red flag there.
Do you also do more abstract things like building companies or managing people?
No, I wouldn't call those activities abstract.
Do you think it's feasible for one to want to do both low-level and high-level things?
Yeah. Dividing time, for instance, doing some things on Mondays, other things on Tuesdays.
Sindevelovpai says, have you ever heard of Groundhog Day? And if so, what
Hey.
do you think it's about? Sorry for the non sequitur.
I know of the movie. I haven't watched it in some time, but it has a very cool storytelling motif that I really like. Time travel. I think time travel is very cool movie motif.
772 says,
Sindevelovpi lots of people in chat, Zubstring in their name.
If you like Groundhog Day, there was a book. It's not related to Groundhog Day, besides this trope of like uncontrollable time repeat. Mother of Learning. I think it's a very cool. I've read it. It's an amazing book.
Sindevelovpai says, no. I mean the holiday the movie is named after. 772
Holiday.
says,
I think you'll love Edge of Tomorrow. That's a fascinating movie where time resets each time a soldier passes away.
I watched this. I don't remember this. I guess I will have to take a look again. I remember it was a big movie. I love those ideas because they are usable as scenarios for RPG sessions, and they work great. Time travel in RPG, I strongly recommend. If you're looking for a good campaign idea, it's very uncommon, And when players can kind of repeat the same time loop again and again, it's kind of fun to like put them like rats in a labyrinth and let them run around to see if they can find a way out.
Sindevilovpai says, what do you think the holiday is about, with a name like Groundhog Day? The movie was named that because it was set on that day, repeating over and over.
Yeah. I'm actually not familiar with the holiday. The only place where I learned about this was the movie, actually. We don't even have groundhogs in Poland. The only thing we have are these.
Can you guess?
I mean, I've seen the movie, so I know what the holiday is about. But I don't have any thoughts about it. Sounds like a good way to deal with bad weather and cold everywhere.
772 says,
Maybe groundhogs keep digging after the holes are filled.
Sindevilovpai says, it's kinda silly.
Yeah, when the water is melting, yeah, when it's thawing. I mean, ice. Okay, we'll move this. I shouldn't be doing such big refactoring, but whatever.
Nah, it's the groundhog coming out. And if it can see its shadow, it's 6 more weeks of winter. Otherwise, it's spring. "772 says,
Cute.
Nice.
Can I pet a groundhog?
Sindevilovpai says, it care. They're really fat.
It's going to be not only an argument, but also an
Look up
field.
Punk Sutoni Phil Deutsch. Punk Sutoni Phil is the official groundhog.
Nice. When is the Groundhog Day?
February 2nd. Dot.
Not soon enough. call this obj or PTR. PTR is good. PTR is great. Yeah, I guess I need to find the...
Do you have any silly holidays like that
Okay.
in Portugal?
I just need to move this one line up. I can tell you about Poland.
Do you have any silly holidays?
My favorite one is the Fat Thursday.
Sorry, did I mistype?
It's, yeah, Fat Thursday. It's also around February. Yeah, this is when you basically try to eat as much of this as possible.
My apologies.
There are some other silly holidays. I wouldn't call them silly.
I think it was my autocorrect.
Yeah. I like the... So the day before Halloween in Poland, there is the Night of Spirits. I guess it's common in many European countries. And going to a graveyard, it's actually... Everybody goes to a graveyard day before Halloween to light a candle. And in the evening, the graveyards are just full of... they are so bright. It looks really beautiful. That's a nice thing.
Devil's Eve.
It's called... The modern name is All Saints. But...
Oh, All Saints, sorry. Got confused.
yeah.
Did you know Halloween is a combination of multiple holidays?
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like that. It's a good day to take a walk. Graveyards are actually nice parks sometimes. So it works really nicely. Yeah, but if I had to pick my favorite, that would be the Fat Thursday.
Have you heard about the theater and a graveyard in Hollywood? You go to a graveyard to watch horror films.
Wow.
Odd, huh?
I think I will actually make this template maybe. Yeah. Just call this add track. Oops. I need to keep the interface. Yeah, the track arc is only used here. now I can inline this function in here. Non-standard layout type key presser. Oh, that's bad. Hmm.
"772 says,
Have you ever seen an primate walk on two legs?
Chimps? I guess we also count humans, right? Chimps, I guess, do this all the time. Gorillas.
Non-human primates. Yep. Gotcha.
URL. Cindevilove Pie says, I just saw a hilarious video. Our artist made a suggestive drawing involving a woman wearing armor, and an armor and weapon expert commented on it, so she drew her character standing in front of the art. to prevent the expert from seeing it. Was a hilarious interaction.
Let me figure out how to do this interface provider thingy. So I did change some things. Added this new base type. This is the second virtual base class. And
772 says,
making
Are
this
there
virtual doesn't
cognitive
help.
primitives like object permanence that we humans lack?
And there is a type of memory that primates have, but we don't. A type of visual memory. There are some visual memory tests where chimps are way better than people. And reflex. In terms of reflex, it's really hard to compete with animals. I could make this smaller if I remove this base class. Or does it non-standard layout? No virtual functions and no virtual base classes? That doesn't make sense. Before, I didn't have this and it worked with a virtual base class. I mean, a non-virtual base class. With virtual functions. It had virtual functions. This is just a warning, okay? I can ignore it. Who cares? Let's fix the macro recorder. And this time type is private.
Sindevelovpi says, yes, a sense of community. If we had one, we would solve climate change tomorrow. Also, a sense of our place in nature.
So many bugs. I have no idea. Design was weird. I guess it's possible to fix it.
Can the TTS speak languages other than English?
I think it can. Some people tried and it worked a little bit. It was definitely trained on other languages as well. Sometimes it even has an accent.
Ewer? Nope. Delway.
Yeah, failed completely.
I found a cool program called MT32D the other day. It's a MIDI server for Linux that emulates the most famous DOS MIDI device.
MIDI is used for audio production, right? I know the file format. You're not talking about file format. This is a protocol, right?
Ever played any DOS games?
Yeah, a few. There weren't that many.
Yeah, DOS games used your sound card's MIDI device.
This fields, I think it will have to work differently.
But they could also use external ones, like the MT32'd.
Fields is just going to be an array of pointers.
32. Dot. Secret of Monkey Island's soundtrack was designed for the MT32.
So MT32 is like a device driver. This is for sound cards that implement the MIDI interface.
An E32 is a hardware device, an external synthesizer you could connect to your PC.
It's going to be a span.
Could also pass through audio clips.
This is supposed to be a span. Maybe I should just use args. It's used here. It's only used in one place. I think I will get rid of this method. Maybe I shouldn't. I feel like fields and arguments are pretty much the same thing. Yeah, I will get rid of this. But there will be args. Or maybe callback. Maybe there should be a callback here. I don't know. So fields are visual regions within an object and provide interfaces. And because they can provide interfaces, they need to be able to participate in connections. So the thing is, the only thing that keeps arguments alive is that they have the logic for traversing a sequence of connections. I think fields and arguments should be unified. It will be a big change if I do this. Okay, I don't want to complicate this too much right now. So maybe
"772 says,
Math, do you happen to have a pet?
yep. I do have a dog called Iskra who sometimes likes to interrupt the streams. Most of the time she's cool. She's just walking around the house, doing her things.
Please include dog in streams. Lol, Tosh.
Sometimes she comes on her own, and yeah. Quite often you cannot see her because of the camera cut, but she likes to kind of sit back there. It's hard to frame her. She would probably need like a dedicated camera to be part of the streams.
Right math, left dog.
Meister Chica says,
We getting doggo cam?
Zone 72 says,
Chat demands it.
It will be tough to organize.
Zindevelufpai says, here's hoping they make more progress with the high-speed train that's planned for my area. We have one train, and that only goes to the next city over. Then you can take another train to the next major city up the coast. The whole thing can take an absurdly long time, longer than driving, which takes about 8 hours. It will be cut down to 3 when it's done. "772 says,
Why do I feel like you're on the East Coast too?
Zindevelufpai says, I'm not. I'm on the West Coast. It's just a US thing. The train I'm referencing is the one planned from San Francisco to San Diego. "772 says,
Well, your Waymo can transport y'all without any problems.
Zindevelufpai says, I'm not in San Francisco. We don't have Waymo here.
So many things to fix.
You have your directions reversed.
I need to pass a weak pointer. It will be object.
Meister Chica says,
What is performance implication of having dep tree reversed in sense that conventional tree root is last node and vice versa ... date?
I guess there could be, depending what you're talking about, like memory, file system. I guess CPUs typically assume that you fetch data in sequentially, so they will probably prefetch starting from some pointer forward.
you are
Users saying tree reversing.
Powerful build algorithms, like Toposort. So one thing that you are doing during build planning, so actually the slowest part of the build system is not really the it's not the algorithm. The algorithm is linear. You just need to visit every vertex, every edge once, and that's it. There are a couple of implementations of topological sort. You can either use counters on every object, and then for each incoming vertex, you have to start the degree, the in degree of a vertex, which will be 2 for those 3 and 0 for those. And for each vertex, you can execute it when it reaches 0. After you execute it, you decrement the input degree of its parent. And that's it. But there's really nothing, the performance cost doesn't really come from the algorithm. The cost comes from checking the files, because most build systems like Make, they actually check the modification times of files. And when you have like 20,000 files, it has to like scan through the 20,000 file entries, and for each of them see if the result is less or more recent than the dependency.
20k at sphere file stats syscalls. Yuck.
And some clever build algorithms, they will actually go further than that. They will actually hash the artifacts. So even if you touch an artifact, this is actually very common. Very commonly, you will regenerate some file, and it turns out that the result is the same, byte for byte, but it still modifies the modification time. So it will trigger avalanche rebuild of everything. So some build systems will also try to do hashes. That's even more I/O, even more file system operations. Make doesn't do this. I think only extensions of make could do something like that.
Do not edit header files. Notes.
Oh yeah. Header files are the worst. Once you touch them, you basically have to rebuild the whole project. And the bigger problem with build tools is that they force you to maintain a parallel description of the project. This is, in my opinion, the biggest sin. It's not about speed of the tool when you run it, it's about the maintenance cost. In most programming languages, like in C++, for instance, this is the case. This is the build graph. Those include lines right here. So a build system which forces you to maintain this graph of objects separately, in my opinion, it's just bad design. It should be possible for a build system to infer the graph from the sources that it's building, so that when you add an include, the build graph will adapt. That's it's my, I don't know, philosophy, because I kind of value the maintenance time more than, compilation time. And this can be cached the same way as, like I mentioned, once you have a modification time of a source file, you can probably cache the graph structure as well. Yes, the recursive make is problematic. It is a little bit elegant in a way that the parent make file doesn't care about, the structure of internal categories. It can just invoke make recursively. I'm actually not sure if make actually invokes itself recursively. It's probably just emulating recursive evaluation. But this was probably an elegant solution to a complex problem. This is probably why it was adapted. But yeah, recursive call, this is what's killing the performance, that's true. Yeah. Global view of all dependencies is now the norm. True. Very true. it's kind of strange. It has it says about OFN updates. This is kind of necessary because operating system, I'm not sure it will update modification time of all directories in the chain. If you just modify a single file, I don't think that will happen. So you kind of have to scan all the sources. Yeah, this paragraph, I think it might be talking about the same problem I just mentioned, that as you're writing a project, you have to like maintain a separate copy of the project structure just for the build system to parse it. It says that renaming is the issue. I wouldn't say renaming is the issue. The fact that no, you just have this. Whenever you want to change something, you need to tell the build system, "Hey, I'm adding a new source file. Please include this in the build graph." It's a longish paper, but it captured my interest, so now we are reading this. It's definitely easier than figuring out this thing. I think this direction of arrows, this is like the third time I hear about direction of arrows. It really doesn't matter. It's just a linear scan and you can reverse it. I'm not sure what's the reason for incomplete DAGs. But one thing I sense is that there are those verbose, pointless, and mathematical seeming definitions. They are like a red flag to me already. This is a sign of formal mambo jumbo that people like to employ to look and sound smarter. Papers do this all the time. Okay, so we have partial DAGs which contain pointer to the root. Right? They are complete, and incomplete DAGs. I'm not sure why he says incomplete duck. Oh yeah, he says about recursive setup. That's fine. Log squared n. Okay, now you have my attention. You don't see this very often. This is like... This is... there are some binomial data structures that have those complexities. Like Fibonacci tips, I think. Very strange complexity. But this is obviously bullshit. There is no way for a build system to be faster than O of n, because you need to monitor the source files. If you're running in real time and you install file system watches, then you will run in basically constant time. I mean, you see a file being updated, and you can just invoke the right build steps to build this. But a single invocation of a build system, this will always be O of n, because you need to scan files for updates. So I'm curious, what's the argument here? And the fact that we are on the 6th page and it didn't even mention like what's actually the secret. It's suspicious. Okay, metadata such as timestamps and owners is not included in the system state. Okay, it only includes permissions, but not timestamps and owner information. I feel those two sentences, they are contradicting each other. Maybe it's not going to be relevant, but... yeah. Okay, let's continue. Let's just continue. The first sentence says, system state includes contents and permissions of files and directories. So it includes permissions, but other file metadata such as timestamps or owner information is not included. So it includes permissions, but not owner information. Different owners and timestamps. Oh, so he means that you can have a read-only file, and like on two different machines, they will have different accounts. Okay. And the permissions are part of the synchronized state. This is false, demonstrably false. you can build software in a reproducible fashion, even if you have file timestamps. You just don't include the timestamps in the result. Or the timestamp could be the time of last modification, and you just make sure to resist it. This is just nonsense. So it's good to separate the... So the article so far, it creates this illusion of formality and mathematical rigor. It is just an illusion. Between those seemingly forward requirements, there are less formal but valuable properties mixed in. And this doesn't help. Okay, so I guess this can be totally ignored. Let's look at the beta build system, because this is what we actually want to see. Input file change list required a priori information for the beta build system. So this is the heaviest step of the build process. So this is what actually makes the build process linear. And the beta build system is faster because this list of changed files is provided a priori before we started the algorithm. That's why it's bullshit. Yeah, the performance cost is actually not in the algorithms, it's in the implementation. Actually making sure to use the right tools that the operating system gives you, like file change notifications, for instance. Or some, like, exploiting the features of the file system as much as possible. Those are the ways to make builds and incremental builds faster.
So a lot of words wasted to say that new make sucks.
It's not hard to beat GNU-make. Beating GNU-make is like saying that, hey, I can, implement something faster than Bash. Yeah. GNU-make is it's kind of an ancient software, really. It's mostly trying to maintain compatibility, and it's a simple model. If, it's like with, so in most programming languages, people tend to optimize high-level languages because there is not much to optimize, in C and C++. they are kind of bashing fiddling with the stuff that's easy to improve upon. I think if a build system, if he argues that his build system is fast, he should compare against other build systems that are fast, like Bazel, for instance. Right?
BSD make is best. Make implementation for OS native build recipes.
Or Ninja. Like, Ninja is another build system with a focus on speed. If this top article, if it compared itself to Ninja, that would be a different argument. Ninja or Bazel, whatever, or many others. There are tons of, quote, modern build systems that are fast. The point of make is not really to be fast. At this point, it's to maintain kind of backwards compatibility. Okay, do this get field name? Is this get field name function? It's here. So this is a reference to a nested weak pointer. This is such a cursed data type. Let's call this weak. I know it's a string view, but whatever, I'm returning this as const char. It will work. Call this week, this field. I need to extract this weak PTR. Okay. On a week. Oh yeah, yep. Actually, it should be or maybe this is fine. This function is the number of atomic operations we are doing here is crazy. Just find a better way to do this, probably. Maybe later. Now I just want to get this to work. Okay, everything compiled and expect a crash now. Actually, when timelines will appear, yeah. I knew it. Time to fire up a debugger. it's compiling. Debug build, yeah, it's here. Okay. And we have our crash.
Someone will think that this is Python project in the current state.
URL.
You mean the GitHub widget? Yeah. This is a healthy mix. If you have some dynamically generated code, this is a very healthy mix. PowerShell batch file, yeah, I guess you have to provide those interfaces for Windows. Okay.
I have to thank you of making me firm believer in the Python is best cross-platform shell script.
Yeah, when it was added to Windows, it changed a lot. The fact that Python can access Win32 APIs, it can load DLLs, right? It's, you know, sky has no limits once you have C types. You can parse binary structs, issue C calls, whatever. With C types, you could even probably write assembly, load it, compile it in memory, and just run it from Python. Okay, we had some issues here. Okay, this is wrong, obviously.
I believe on Sunday was lurking in streams somewhere on YouTube from someone. I think it's better for them that I do not state who they are. Basically, their whole 30-minute talk was based on.
Have they been criticizing Python? You know, the most popular language in the world? Okay. Some things are broken.
Assumption 3.2 Go CPU should in 1 second incrementing number by 1 starting from 0. It should be 3200 0 at the end of the loop.
It's approximately true. I have 4 GHz CPU. And you can see this bit is worth, 4 billion something. And it ticks roughly every second.
Then they opened Vim, made Python script, run the Python script, and stated that Python is consuming 90 of CPU capability.
Yep. There will be better compilers for Python. Now that it's so big, I guess it's just a matter of time. I guess most people are optimizing JavaScript right now. It's a low-hanging fruit. It's easy to optimize JavaScript and Python. There are probably some just-in-time compilers for Python that could produce optimal assembly. Simple, loop.
Excluding the fact that you have the OS, drivers, terminal, code editor, browser, and some other stuff running in the background.
Yeah. One thing, do you know how I'm reading the register values from this? So this is actually how it's structured. There is a single increment instruction and a jump. Increment, jump.
Syscalls, I guess.
There is it was signal. Yeah. When a signal is being delivered to a thread, the operating system will take the context of the thread, which includes all of the registers, and put it in a nice, elegant data structure. So from the signal handler, you can check the state of all the registers, basically, when the thread was paused. So I am sending signals to this thread 60 times per second. On each animation frame, I'm sending a signal, reading the registers, and this is how I get the commands to render this register state. I could also get the instruction pointer. I could also get this instruction pointer and mark this as bright, so that you can see which part is active. It's fairly cool that you can read the state of register or variables without any mutexes, because this is also working. This is kind of multi-threaded. but it's not using any multi-threading primitives, it's using signals to read the state of the other thread. How do I stop? I guess like that. Okay.
Yeah, because OS needs process to be put into single-threaded mode to invoke signal handlers.
I'm not sure. It will just pick a single thread and deliver on that thread. It's not going to influence the other threads in the process. I mean, I'm pretty sure of that because other threads in the process are the other Automat threads. And they keep running. They keep running when the signal is delivered. This is... It's called thread-directed signals. Yeah, signals are messy. This is spaghetti.
No, it's just internal exec code. It just flips the bit that indicates if process is multi-threaded.
And why does it do that?
And then when handler is reached, it flips it back.
But this is just an accounting thing, or does it actually influence other threads? This is the only sane way to handle signals. Signal FD.
Just
Knight.
accounting.
Knight says,
Hey, everyone.
Okay, I did a big change and we still see a black dot, so that's good. Yeah, I wanted to see if timeline is working.
Meister Chica says,
Because if handler fails, it calls abort syscall.
And abort syscall only... I mean, when handler is executed, the bit is flipped back, right? Abort, I guess, is different for single and multi-threaded. Oh, I think this code is slightly too clever now. We'll have to get rid of those connections. Too many connections. I cannot see anything. Okay, sync option.
It's a bit of security nightmare when that happens. If process is marked as multi-threaded, you might have some proc handles left in zombie state. It just unusers if abort syscall is called from handler. It cleans the child tree.
Yeah. Zombie processes always scared me. I haven't seen any of them in a long, long time. But a long time ago, it was actually a big problem that when I was a machine that was running for weeks, it was slowly accumulating those zombie processes that kind of just stayed there.
I think that was abandoned in Linux 6.5 for newer exec management.
Okay, now we can get back to this. What we are trying to do is we are trying to figure out, we want to draw connection. We want to figure out where is the starting point. Draw.
Some third-party kernel schedulers might still use this for performance reasons.
Okay, so this is the object widget. And I should be able to ask it, what's the shape of this field? And I don't have the field, unfortunately. Not pass on off here. The thing is that field is just an interface provider and object is an interface provider. So it should be possible to work with them in a similar fashion. In a moment. Sync option is actually going to get weak pointer to object. So many pointers, and they are probably all pointing at the same thing. This sync action is going to have we have this very fancy pointer type called track PTR. This is kind of like shared PTR, except this one is used for single-threaded stuff. It's a single-threaded nullable pointer that can be set to null from other places. Anyway. Pointer, weak, on off, widget. Okay, this is our starting position, finally. Actually, this is half, but whatever. Now instead of drawing circle, I mean I can still draw a circle. I can just draw it at a better position. I don't know what I changed today, but it took me like 4 hours. And it doesn't seem to be working even particularly well. Monitoring sync. There should be a circle drawn somewhere. Maybe this. I guess I will have to inspect this value. What do we have in end? Oh, I should probably also wake animation. No. Looks like this widget is not being drawn. Activate is being called. And this is being called. Maybe it's because of... I don't know. It used to work when I was drawing a circle in the beginning, in the start. Okay, this is our fake pointer widget. Works fine. Oh, it shouldn't be widget. It should be sync widget. Yeah, now I should be able to get rid of this. Yeah, circle is at the right position, totally. From... Okay, this start position is totally crazy. feels very similar to dragging regular connections. The advantage of this way of drawing is that things really stick to the pointer. Latency is really, really low. Problem was solved. I think I should reuse the drawing infrastructure. And it also feels kind of wrong to have an argument. If I want to draw this sync connection between those two objects, kind of similar like this connection is drawn, so it should be reused because there is this highlighting mechanism. It just seems so similar. There is no need to duplicate this. And I think a lot of the connection cutting, connection manipulation would be reusable between those two. That this sync is not quite an argument. There is none of this precondition quantity. No autoconnect. Name is provided differently there. The arguments create those full connection objects. And here, much every syncable interface has this sync block. So the connections are kind of already described here. I'll use a syncable interface. I feel like the distinction between those two types of connections, this is like the key. Making this work. Oops. But it's such a messy problem. I think this... I think I need to think about this offline. currently a connection widget is defined in terms of location, starting location, and an argument. So in terms of drawing the sync, so any group of fields can be synced, and they have this sync block that controls who is the part of this structure. So sync block already defines who is part of the sync group. I wanted, in terms of drawing this, I think tree, minimum spanning tree. But within this minimum spanning tree, there will be some. Minimum spanning tree is something that can be computed cheaply, automatically. So maybe I should just roll out a separate mechanism for doing syncing. There's a bit of problem. Is that this sync block has pointers to interfaces. They cannot go from this interface back to object pointers. get their on-screen positions. I'm thinking how this could work. I can basically walk over each on-screen object and its fields. Or actually, there are two options. Minimum spanning tree is one option, but another would be a metro diagram. I think metro could be even better because under the hood, there's kind of a metro system. It's a list of elements here. Or maybe even without walking over each object and its fields, maybe you can just draw each of the sync block. Maybe we can have a global registration system for sync blocks. Okay, this highlighting mechanism, I think highlighting mechanism should be reused. Maybe the connection manipulation could work differently. Okay, even if I can do this, I still need a way to get from the interface, from this syncable interface class, into on-screen shape. I think I could implement the syncing here, the syncing the connection will just be invisible because it's very non-obvious how to draw this. Kind of crazy, but this sync block is looking more and more like an object, like a proper object. It is already reference counted. The mutex. Because if this is an object, then if sync block is an object, oh yeah, that would kind of solve everything. And I can use the widget store, look up the widget, create the widget.
Ibrid Ravelry 21 says,
Good morning, least it is where I am. What language are we coding in today?
C++, although it's not... the coding is actually a lot of figuring out how to organize objects in memory, and less about actual coding. And I have a lot of changes. Too many changes. I need to commit them because it's going to get too messy. I intend to do a change which may break some things. And it's working right now, so it's good to commit. Mostly working. Not perfect. We have this regression with connection rendering. Here. This is a to-do. There is also some issue with the pointer here, but I think it only affects this single funny object.
I see. I'm still learning about different languages and how they all work. I've spent a lot of time with Renpy's parsed Python, though.
I'm not familiar with RenPy. Nice. It's a fine language. The Python, which is embedded in RenPy, Python is actually very friendly towards embedding. It's very convenient to embed Python in another application. This is the official documentation, and the quality is amazing. This is a very convenient library. It's kind of like Lua, or even okay, maybe not as nice as Lua, but it's very competitive in terms of ease of integration. Okay. Crazy amount of changes. So background. Let me PNG. I'm bringing back the old background, the one with frog and storks, because this was already committed. I don't want to change it.
That's how I feel about it as well. It seems pretty easy to learn and use, especially when applied with Rimpy, since that engine is all about visual novels. I've been having fun in figuring out how to implement visual effects in a 2D Space Force perspective and things like that.
Forced perspective? I'm not familiar with this term. Nice. Nice tricks, nice tricks. Never played with this. Maybe I could... Oh, this reference counted kind of has to be...
Here is an example. Having an image or avatar just suddenly appear on screen is boring. Instead, you have them appear slightly larger at first, then quickly shrink them to the correct size as they land where they need to on the screen. Toss in a sound effect and you've made it look and sound as though your image avatar has fallen into place on the screen.
Nice. I love things like that. Like, this is actually... I'm coding, yeah, I'm programming, but... like, half of the things we're doing is just visual effects, like making things kind of behave nicely. This one, it's broken. This one, yeah, like shadows. Things could be improved, or the effect here when we kind of zoom in into the texture. Animating eyes and so on. Yeah. It's such a nice kind of area to play with. Yeah, or this. The zoom warning recently added. I feel software is much nicer when it's kind of responsive and reacts to things.
You most certainly have more skill than me. I can manipulate images, and not very well at that, while you're able to make objects with their own rules and boundaries. I'm a glorified visual artist, while you're over there making your own little world.
It's the same thing. Once you can, program, once you can program, it's sometimes quite time consuming, to create each of the effects, but it's very fun and rewarding to actually see it work.
Love this TTS. Never thought I could sound like that.
Yeah, I like it too. It's not perfect. Sometimes it messes up the words, but it's different than others. It has more, I don't know. This one has a soul.
That's AI for you. So C++, would you say that's your go-to language?
It's far from perfect. I think if you're learning, if you know Python, then I would go for Rust next, probably. Rust has very good learning materials, and it teaches you something about clean memory management. It's painfully slow to work with. So if you can write software in Python, Rust is going to be awful in comparison. But it's probably a good order. Or maybe JavaScript. I don't know. I don't know what's your goal. If your goal is to make games, then honestly, Python might be sufficient. If you want to if you're going for this programmer career, then probably something like Rust is the next step. C++ is fun because it's kind of very fast. It's kind of reasonably fast to work with. But the language is very messy. It's like 7 different languages combined into one. So it's not a fun experience to learn it. That's the downside of C++. The language design, it's designed by a committee, and everybody in the committee, over the year, the members have changed, the opinions of people have changed. It's a result of, at this point, probably 30 years of evolution or more. Python has a much more coherent design. I'm actually wondering about doing something very weird. Maybe instead of deriving from reference counted, I could put reference counted as the field inside an object.
My goal is to make whatever I feel like making at any given point. If I had the time, I'd learn all the languages, just so I can have more projects. Yes, currently I've been on a game hype, mostly just because I have stories I wish to tell that I want to have visual elements as well. But I've written a few fun little programs for personal use here on my PC. Just little things, like randomly sent notifications that pop on my screen that provide affirmations and
Yeah.
reminders. You know, things.
Yeah.
You're doing a good job. Don't forget to drink water. Take a break now and then, etc.
Thanks. It's easy to get lost. Okay. So having this crazy idea of putting this reference counted thingy as a member of an object rather than base class. But I think it's going to be slightly too crazy. Yeah. Okay, I will accept the extra 8 bytes. Okay, this is gone.
I gotta pop off for the moment, but have a follow hope to catch up with you again soon.
Thanks.
Ibra Develray 21 just followed on Twitch.
So this stuff here is the new field system. And everything else is the start of the work on the trace system, which is still unfinished. Okay, we have two half-finished things, and I would like to try to finish some of them. Okay, so the sync block, this totally can be a regular object. If it's a regular object, then I can make a widget for this. But I will get reference cycles, which I don't like. Yeah, interface provider is undefined now. Okay, somehow it compiles. This is what I want. Sync block should be an object. This will be very tricky to do. I will paste this here, make it easier. So interface provider needs to be right before object. And this has to come after object. And this work? No. We are including widget HH. And this is including field. Oh, field. Yeah. Temporarily, let's put this, you know, here. Okay, it looks like this structure can work, but when this function is instantiated, we need to have a definition of sync block. think they should be in the same file. Okay. So this is now a proper object. So I think half of the problem is gone. Because I have a sync block. Still not over. The pointer to the interface. maybe this could be a vector of this. Do this. Because actually there is probably more here. Probably be a nested weak pointer towards interface provider. Well, this means I will store 2 pointers. Okay, and there will be a different problem now somewhere. This virtual operator, this is just crazy. I guess it works. It cannot be a reference, because it has to be optional. I have no idea how this works, actually. When I call forward to do here, that should call this template method. This should be expanded, and this should crash, because the sync block was not defined. Somehow it works. I don't want to complain, but I like it. It's like the compiler kind of looks at the whole file, sees the definition, and only then proceeds to compile functions. I think here it should be possible to check. Let's grab root machine. Yeah, there is this location at point function. So when I'm dropping something, I would kind of need to do some iteration, because when I drop something, there could be many objects stacked. Should probably like search through the whole stack, or just maybe check only the top object. Not sure. Anyway. Here's our object, and I think I can check if it supports this interface. And here I should kind of merge them into a single ring. I want to see if this message will be printed. If it is, then yeah. Yeah, there is the operator. Oh, I get the message. Should be probably a method called sync. We take reference to some other interface. Yeah, UTP is down, FYI. The quota for the API ran out. So there are three options. Either this and the other interface, they both have sync blocks, and then the sync blocks should be merged. Or one of them has, and then they should be merged, or none of them has, and then a new one should be created. Yeah, let's actually move this outline. The new sync block is going to be totally clean. Because each field can belong to only one syncable interface. Okay. the members of this weird thing. That's the weak point. How do I make one? Signature has to be different. I need not only those interfaces, but also we need is reference counted value. I guess now it has to be in line. Can this work? Okay, we just remove this from here. how can I make them? I need a weak pointer. And this. Do this one less atomic operation, as if we are not taking tens of them already. Okay, sync should work. Let's make them proper objects. Now I can call this method. I need to log this. Okay, this was written so that it works in a very specific case. It should start syncing, basically. Oh. Yep. Now space works. I click this, and space stops working. Starts and stops working. Starts and stops working. So nice. There's just no visual indicator that, hey, those properties, those two objects kind of are pretty much synchronized. I could maybe grab another object and add it to the group. I can also sync this with this one. And this will... Yeah, it's actually a missing piece of logic here when only one of them has sync block. Let's do scope though. So this effectively locks two mutexes at the same time. It's not a big difference. Okay, let's do this move backwards. Let's do this differently. And in the back, we have this nested weak pointer thingy. I can do this. This will give me the pointer to interface provider. lack of compilation warnings makes me suspicious of this code. Yeah, there are issues. And well, it's not pointer. This is a pointer. Okay, but so this should handle. Could actually check if this works. I can first synchronize those two. Okay, this works. I can create two other fields. That sounds cool. Okay, and this should be synchronized with F. Now I should be able to do this sync, and that should create for element sync. Doesn't seem to quite work. Okay, this seems to... Yeah, it did turn everything on. I just wasn't pressing the right buttons. And switch this off, they are both off. Now they are both on. I need to basically... I change this. I need to move this for this to work. Okay, the algorithm works. Go. We can switch any of those on. Yep. And now they have a nice animation. I wonder why this doesn't change. Let me see if it... Oh. On, turn on. I think that was the issue. Yeah, what else? Connect monitoring with this. Yep. Now they are working in unison. Yeah, this is the interface. I call this interface fusion. I think interface syncing is better. Or just syncing, synchronizing things. Some things to do. So we need a good visualization. And the sync is still not fully implemented. We still need when only one object has a sync block. Maybe it would be nice to allow desyncing. So when this is already synced, actually, yeah, I wonder what happens when I sync twice. Oh yeah, we have a loop. Okay, another thing to do. Then I want to have an option to desync. Basically, when I stop syncing, this whole thing should disappear. And in this menu code here, I remember this was full of bugs. And then top-level objects should be syncable. It already makes me kind of happy that this works. And probably the crown jewel of this whole project is going to be to expose window activity. It's a field. I cannot really create direct connections between two fields. I would create a connection between field and an object in so right now there is this. It's not working. We also do this thing here. So F is also working. Then I can do this thing. So now they are both synchronized. And now I guess I could get rid of this object. We had distractor for the yeah, it should register itself. So we are not using those pointers entirely correctly. We'll do this as a pyramid. A pyramid of things to do. Yeah, when I activate this, it's crashing. Understandably, I'm not distractor is unimplemented. But it is possible now to synchronize object with a simple on-off flip. And I guess this, I will remove this. I will remove this very soon, during the next stream, as we implement this one. Yeah, everything is coming together. It was a lot of staring at code, but things actually do work. I can press this, properly activates other objects. Some of those are also on off, are they? Maybe they don't. Anyway. This is cool. And next stream I expect a lot of bug fixing, but this is, I think, fairly simple bug fixing. Alright, I guess that's it for today. See you in 2 days. Bye bye.